Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog.
Why do you want a hot dog? That's weird, bro. Sounds pretty gay. Gay. I turn my heat on. Ugh. So I may have cooked today. It's a little bit. Okay, I want to play Pokemon. I don't feel like waiting anymore. Who wants to wait? Hi. Also, I'm using Naruto today. Ha ha ha. So we got a cute little background. Ooh. Anyway. Oh, you know what would help? My eye vision little gap is open. You stinky sandwich. Good for you. Would help if my switch was on the other screen so I can see better. I need glasses. There we go. Okay. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. So I did a mission earlier and it was fucking hilarious. Because a little girl went missing, so I went to go fucking find her. And there was like a Litwick that was like taking me to where the girl was. And then at the very end of the mission, you get fucking jump scared by the Litwick. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Like he literally jump scares your character. Shit is hilarious. And then at like the very, very end of the mission, like right after you complete it, the fucking Litwick does another jump scare. It's cute as hell. I was like, damn. Imagine getting jump scared by that cute thing. Crazy. She's my pal. Power, that's crazy. Get the ball, bitch. I'm gonna fucking fight you. Come here. Now I don't want to battle. What are you trying to kill me today? No! That shit out of my face! Fuck your VA battles. How about he fuck him up? Big bitch. Get the fucking ball. You fucking whore. I hate you with every fiber of my being. I want you to murder your face. Fight this bitch. I went the wrong fucking way. Nothing I want more. I'm for you. I'm doing it for you. I'm doing it for you. Die for you. You better be here, bitch. I'm gonna fight you. He's not here. Where did he go? Okay. Get my goomy. Or Sligoo, whatever it's fucking name is. Oh yeah, it's Goomy, yeah. It stopped raining. So yesterday I got gangbanged by 5 Lit Leos, and I was like, the fuck? Or not Lit Leos, Pyroars. I was like, the fuck? I look away for like 2 seconds. I come back and I'm getting gangbanged by 5 fucking Pyroars, and I'm like, excuse me, sir. I'd very much not like to get gangbanged. I appreciate that. Thanks. Fucking jackasses. No, he's got enough. Give him that. Damn it, of course. Gotta give him all the buffs. I get I get a shiny stone. I get a dawn stone. That's good. I got the life orb. I got a focus slash. Fucking words. Oh. Also, I cleaned out my boxes. I released so many fucking Pokemon. I had way too many. It's crazy how many I had, dude. And I learned that I could select multiples at once, like so, and then move or transfer them, or like release them if I want to. And it'll organize my box for me too. Lazy ones. Ooh, another organized. I can get rid of that one. I don't need 2 of them. Oh. I can't name my boxes, which is dumb, but it is what it is, I guess. Look at this shit. I can just organize it. Boom. Boom. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Motherfucker. I swear this cough's never gonna go away. I need both girls. I don't want girls. Get the fuck out of there. And enough of those. Oh, I have both male and female mail sticks. I need you. Oh, I gotta go buy a kibble. This is such to have both. Yeah, they're all from you. I'm going to hit and run. Me and run. You're just having fun. Yeah, where have you? Those. It's so much fucking easier when I can just go boop, 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 grab, move, boom. I have to figure out which ones are mega evolutions and then move them. Squeeze me? I squeeze you. There you go. Organized a little bit. Not fully organized now. Organize my tape later. Maybe. Think about it. Keyword, think about it. Alright, you ready for me to go fight some more ultra or mega bull Pikmin? Oh wait, I'm right next to one too. And also I don't know what the fuck that sound was, so don't ask me questions. I don't know the answers to them. Come and go, come and go. Come a chameleon. Come and go, come and go. A little bit harder, like my dream. A golden green, a golden green. Wee! Oh, alright. What am I doing? I already have 999 of these shits. Let's do this. Batman, go to Pokemon, Batman. Come a chameleon. Come and go. You come and go. Like my dream. Red, gold, and green. Look, you evolve your Staryu whenever you feel like it, homie. Preferably soon. Cause we gonna need that motherfucker. I want to see that fucking nightmare fuel fucking Pokemon. That thing gonna be running in my dreams tonight. I'm a man without conviction. I'm a man. Oh my god, that's beautiful. It's cute. I like it. It's adorable. God, a big cotton ball. I love it. I'm trying to attack me, you cotton ball. By the looks of it, flying still. Possibly dragon? You sure? It kind of gives off like fucking pigeon vibes. A big fluffy pigeon. You wanna like my dream? Pokemon becomes your sleep demon, imagine. You already did, bro. You already did. Get nailed. For you. Yeah, that's barely doing any damage. That's a lot of defense. Is that Twister? Oh, that is Twister. Oh shit! He's coming for me. Run, Loppity! Nailed him. Again. Make it evolve. Oh, grab it. Right. Oh, shit. Alright, now we can kind of heal. What is that? I don't know, it looks painful. Not gonna touch it. Get him. Pop any move? Oh, you took me fucking away. Shit. You know what? Fucking charge it. Let's go. Come on, I get ball. Fuck him up! Oh shit. Maybe let's not fuck him up yet. Run, Charizard! You got fucking dragon typing now. You're gonna die, aren't you? Yeah, the point was to not get hit by Twister, though. But head. Run! I wish we'd fly, like, you're a fucking dragon, bro. Fly. What you doing with your life? I mean, you... Oh, we're switching. Oh, shit. Run. Where'd he go? Oh, shoot, where both of me? Never come back. Never come back. I'd rather him leave my party right now. Time to heal. You know, any normal kid facing a shit ton of tornadoes on Mega Evolution would probably die instantly. This motherfucker, though. He just tanks the shit. Hello, with the box for you. Where'd he go? There he is. You know what? Use Dragonite. Yeah, I want my Dragonite. Okay, can you stop taking direct hits, bro? That's not okay. Okay, so dragon attacks don't affect him. So wait, what the fuck typing is he? Is he a fairy? Did this motherfucker become flying fairy? Yeah, because dragon attacks don't affect him whatsoever. Like, it doesn't affect him at all. So he's got to be part fairy now. How you make a dragon type become a fairy type? Excuse me? I think that should make sense. Which means he is a fairy type. Damn, I shut the size already down now. Quick attack. That's what you got. Oh shit! Everyone come back. Everyone come back. So he's a dragon type with fairy typing now, with a dragon type move. That's obnoxious. I'm not gonna say it. That's a fucking obnoxious. So my best strength against him currently are thunder and fucking. I can't remember fighting against it if it's fairy or not. I think it's poison. Wait, you don't know poison is? They can slug things. Where are you? Damn it, it does not have fucking. Man, I'm trying. Stop moving, you fucking fluffball. Fuck it, make it Gengar. Get him. I still hate that you go through the floor. They need to fix that. Like, that's. Oh shit! Oh, Gengar's getting his ass handed to him. Come back. Going out your Mega Evolution. Oh, fuck was that? Was that Aerial? Oh, Brainbird. That's pretty cool, Brainbird. Gotta get rid of that. Oh, Gengar dead. I'm not sure what his typing is. He takes damage from ice. He takes damage from thunder. He's flying fairy or dragon fairy? If he's dragon fairy, that's a broken fucking typing. So that essentially means that he's a dragon type that can no longer be taken out by dragon type moves. That's obnoxious. That's fucking obnoxious and true. Also, I want it badly. Come on, Rob, give it a full good. Don't die. Anyways, good alert, have a great stream. Thank you. Yeah, I'm running, trust me. Don't you do anything horrible to me, Bird. Good shit. You got this. Get this in the bag. Where'd it go? Oh. He always does it right when I mega evolve. Then I can't attack him. I can't take it. Hey. Damn it, Lumber is gonna die. Finish this before she does. Ah, she's down. Shit. Let's go. Sit your bitch ass down, Altaria. As long as you love me. Woo, let's go. I can mega evolve now. Altarian Knight. One of a variety of mysterious mega stones. An Altarian holding the stone be able to mega evolve during battle. I want to see what the fuck his fucking typing is. Oh god, this bitch. That was a mega evolve. A rogue mega evolved Altaria, my goodness. To think something so fluffy and adorable could be capable of such wild rage. You're so annoying, you know that, right? Tell me, Asher. Does your rapid rise in the ZA Royale ranks have anything to do with your efforts to quell these cases of rogue mega evolution? Nah, it's because I'm better than you, bitch. Get better. Do better. Be better. I'm better. Although your strength is clear as day in battle, yet you pretend to have no grand ambitions. I don't. I want to protect fucking Yoshi, dumb bitch. I pretend to have no grand ambitions. I must say I am taking quite a liking to you. That settles it. I'm convinced that my tournament will not be complete without you and your golem strength, Asher. I urge you to come and join in the festivities as soon as you are able. Otherwise, well, I could always buy a Hotel Z to encourage your participation. You can try, ho. Hasn't someone that shit to you? That lady, the Z and Team MZ from Hotel Z. If she buys a hotel and renames it, we'll have to come up with a whole new team name. But maybe that's getting ahead of myself a little. Here, I'll help your hardworking Pokemon. Damn right they're hardworking. Fucking busting my ass over here. Doing all the work. Speaking of Team MZ, I'm really glad you're one of us, Asher. Thanks. It makes me happy. One more rogue evolution. And then I have to go battle for the night times. Do I have an Altaria? I don't think I do. I don't know. Let me young forever. Look at all my Mega Stones. I got so many Mega Stones. I got the stones, guys. I got the stones. I haven't know. Should probably do that. Never look back. Stops when you look at me. Baby, I believe. Oh, I have a swablu. You do evolve there, sir. We can swap you out with Gengar for now. Look at my fur fruit. He's so pretty. And then I got this fur fruit. So pretty. I like how he's got no hair on his butt. Her butt. Yeah, it's her. Her butt. Their butts. Their butts are unhairy. You make me feel like I'm living up. The way you turn me on. There's my idea now. Don't ever look back. Don't ever look back. When you look at me. Long stone. Maybe I believe. Don't ever look back. Don't ever look back. Be a teenage dream tonight. Put your hands on me and my skin tight jeans. Be a teenage dream tonight. Make me feel like I'm living a teenage dream. The way you turn me on. Don't ever look back, don't ever look back. When you look at me. Don't look back, don't ever look back. When you feel like dreams and your dreams and love. Hands on me and my skin tight. Just me his dream tonight. They're fabulous, yes. Fabulous, darling, fabulous. I need an Umbreon. Also need an Espeon. Also need a Cardon. I got it. I'm exploring. Squeeze you? Get rooted, bitch. Oh fuck. I don't know what to do. What the fuck? Why are you... Is he okay? That's a big boy. Hello, I'm right here, bitch. The fuck you mean? Squeeze you? I squeezed you. Hold on. Get off me. Let's fight, bitch. So long, living in hell. In my life. style. Back from my head. Everything seems to have. Oh, he just dunk shot at me. Nasty. I level 50 level. I'm struggling to kill you. No fun for me. Motherfucker. Wait, hold on, no. Run. Run away. That's better. He's dead. That's crazy. Almost to catch you. Nope. Oh well. I thought I was supposed to chase you away, not catch you. Oh well. I can always find another one. Pretty sure I already have a watchdog anyway. Oh, come on, I'm gonna catch these hands. Oh, I'm gonna catch my foot up his ass. Oh, you got an assault vest. Let's go. I'm so damaged beyond repair. Life has shattered my hopes and my dreams. I'm a lost girl. Baby, don't waste your time on me. I'm so damaged beyond repair. I've shattered my hopes and my dreams. What's it there? Can't stop me, bitch. Around the world. Oh. What? You're my angel, you're my darling angel. You're my peach, you all to me. Lady, you're my angel, you're my darling angel. You're my friend when I'm in need. Lady, get in there. Back when it's all done. Son, what about the long run? How are you still alive? Oh. That's not alive. Motivation, march for the nation, my appreciation. Anyway. That's why I'm still alive. Teach you all to me, baby. They should be treated, but you never get the loving that you needed. I'm throwing a beating, you're gonna beat it, I'm completed. I didn't knock you down. That was a nice enough story. So strong, been together so long, and this can never be wrong. The sun is getting low. Oh my god, Chad, help me. And go to Corsortico. Corsortico. I don't fucking know how to Quasartico? I think it's Quasar. Oh, that makes so much sense now. Quasartico. Duh. Oh, it'll take me that long to get the pronunciation right. I'm dumb. Girl, I surrender. Thanks for giving me a love. From up above. Ooh, they added more. Wait, I already have extra. Skarmarite, Galadite. Oh my god. Phalanxite, Scolopite. I definitely need a Galadite. I want the Scolopite. Definitely want the Phalanxite. I don't have enough Skarmarite. Not much attention. Now I gotta get Excadrite. My appreciation. I mean, I don't really want Excadrite, but, you know, I need to finish the stupid quest thing, so if I want my shiny charm, I gotta get Excadrite. Also, I should go get my Charizard X-Y, or Charizard Y Mega Stone. Which means I gotta go to the Stone Emporium, which is down here by the fucking Frostlass. You're my darling angel. Oh, wow. I don't know if you looked in the Discord yet, but I posted a new design idea. It's kind of a mesh of all my models together to make one new perfection model. Well, except for Dunk. I should really shop for fucking like potions and stuff, but I'm not gonna. Not yet, anyway. Do have the game right over there. Bombasite. Archon Bite, Skillexite, King's Knight, Charizard X, Charizard Y, Blastoise. Get Charizard X. Party. We like the party. We like the party. Tell you, I'm a little scrafty again. Party. We like the party. We like the party. We like the party. We know. I say now, happiness is just around the corner. No, I say now, there for you. I should probably go get healing items. Oh, like a fusion to create the divine being chaos. Wait, what? Kind of something like that. I don't know, but whatever came out, what came out was a pretty cool idea, to be fair. Been debating on just starting over and just rebranding completely and just starting with a whole new account and everything. Maybe it'll help me grow better. Get a fresh start. I don't know. Wait, completely forgot to buy the shit that I wanted to buy. I'm just gonna roll like an idiot back. Catch all the Pokemon. Also, Digimon is better. Digimon and Pokemon were pretty much made at the same time, so they're both the same. Shut up. Also, Digimon become human beings at the end of their evolution, which makes no fucking sense. It is not a competition. Nobody cares. Gonna die young. I can afford to get the Digimon game. Look at the Digimon game. So then I got this game and I'm enjoying it. So don't ruin it for me. I've been a fucking buzzkill. Well, go check my Twitter or my Discord. You'll see it. It's kind of like a dragon demon fox. And I like how the tails are like black blue tips. Oh, shit looks actually really fire. And the kimono that I was wearing is pretty cool too. I like the kimono. That's my favorite part, honestly. Listen to me die, your heartbeat to the beat of the drums. What a shame that you came here with someone while you're here in my arms. The most of the night like we're gonna die young. I'm be so honest though. I don't really care for this whole, oh, this is better, that's better. Like, just let people enjoy what they like. Like, are you gonna make a big deal out of it? That shit do be annoying. Same way I feel about the whole, oh, this person did this wrong, so this person's wrong. Blah, 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 blah. I no longer care for the stupid drama based off of who did what wrong. If you both did wrong, you're both in the wrong, you're both fucking retarded. That's just how it is. If I gotta be a fence sitter, I'll be a fence sitter. I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm so tired of all the bullshit. Tired of faking like I care about half of this shit going on in the world. I'm gonna start being more of me. And me don't care about anybody but myself. And the people I'm close to. Everybody else can suck it. I could give two fucks less about Bao, Cinder, all those fucking people. Although I feel like all of them are two-faced fuckers anyway, and they all deserve to fucking what they get in the end of the day anyway. So. Same goes with most of the VTuber community. Most of them are two-faced fuckers anyway, so keep them away from me. I'm just gonna keep being me and doing me. I don't grow from it. I don't care. I don't want to be part of that fucking space anymore. I just want to enjoy my life and not fucking have to worry about any of that dumb shit. I sure as fuck don't give a fuck about which game is better. Blah 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 blah. You want to get technical? Power World's better than both. Like, it takes some real nerd bullshit to be all fucking all tribalistic over one thing or another. It's kind of fucking cringe. I'm not gonna lie to you. How the fuck do I get up there? How am I supposed to get to him? Also, there's a TM up there I really want. I don't know how the fuck to get to that gladly. Or not gladly. Not good enough. Not saying stuff. Oh, I just realized the red and the green merge. It's orange. Interesting. It's not supposed to, but I guess. What did it say? Soon? I don't know what I fucking do. Never gonna make it. Never gonna make it. Never gonna make it. Never gonna make it. Never gonna take that. Make him take it all back. Never gonna leave that. Never gonna take that. Oh, you fucking fight back. Or will you fucking fight back? I'm not gonna make it. Ooh, I made it. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. Skills, baby. I'm a rooftop connoisseur now. I'm gonna make it. Oh, I see you. Ooh, there's an Archean down there. Ooh. Hell yeah, I got body slam. Slam your body, girl. Fuck. Better roll. Boy. Yeah, boy. This is an interesting little puzzle here. Never gonna make it. You're gonna take that. Make him take it all back. I'll never believe that. Make him take that. Will you fucking fight back? Got it. That one, that one. Oh, there's another one right there. And that one up top. Make him fight back. There's the top of these. Yeah. Closer to where I'm at. Maybe not. Let's see. Oh no. Oh, there's another one up here. Oh, they're giving me the last key that I need. What the fuck is that? Get away. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. Wait. Got it. Fucking you. Go. Ooh. Yes, I got a Dawn Stone finally. I can evolve my fucking Gallade. Where the fuck are you going, homie? Bye. This motherfucker just, what the fuck is going on? Ralts, are you okay, bud? He's better now. I fixed him. I fixed him. I can fix him, guys. I can fix him. Okay. That was fucking interesting. Can we clip that? That was good. Yeah, well, he gets psychic powers, so he can kind of float. I noticed that when I was using my curly, I had to glide up to higher places to break crystals. But the fact that he was just flying with no reason, flying no rhyme or reason for doing it, was kind of hilarious to me. Okay, so I gotta go over here. Oh, I made it. Oh, fuck, I don't know how I made it, but I made it. And then go up. Oh, make it. I'm gonna have to go up top. No way I'm making it with this one. Got it. Alright, that's all of them. I can go this way. I don't make it this whole time. Here. Here. I kind of like that they give you so many items laying around, but at the same time I kind of don't, because it's like, it makes me want to just fucking collect every fucking thing I find. It takes me fucking hours to get actual shit done because I'm too busy collecting everything I find because I'm such a fucking schizo when it comes to collecting. Okay, I gotta get across the road somehow. Let's get away across over there. Is there a roof I can get to? Looks like I can get that way. Find a way. Oh. I want to get that. That's not my neighbor game. No, that's not my neighbor, though. I'm human or I'm not human or something. Oh, what the fuck are you doing down here? You know you can get in the sewers from here? I did now. Got you thinking of a sweet new business venture I can start down there. Just watch your camera up on my side. The scheme is gonna be hotter than hot. I know from someone like you, I'll reward you for your work, don't worry. I'll educate a lot for you. Come join me inside, but make sure you're ready for anything. Into the sewers of Lumios we go. I got another sewer open to me. Which means more Pokemon I can catch. And I got 5 on it. Cookie. Yeah. Good bitch. Boy. Damn it. I got 5 on it. I got 5 on it. I got 5 on it. I don't know about available to evolve yet. Where? In the ball shed. Okay, bye-bye. Nice. Alright. There we go. Let's go. Let's go. I don't know where I'm going. I'm just fucking catching me Pokemon away. I got 5 on it. 5 on it. Oh, Haunter. Oh, Haunter 2, Haunter 3. Electric Boogaloo. Dead Boogaloo. The Boogeyman died. Hey, what up, buddy? Look at her quick. Yes. Okay. Okay, so not that way. Way back this way. I got 5 on it. I got 5 on it. 5 on it. really. I don't feel like I've been in this sewer before. You know why? Because I have been in this sewer before. I've definitely been in this sewer before. This is the sewer I found Gwen in. She was hiding from her brother because he's such a fucking nutcase. That made her fall. So thank you. Oh, that's the exit. I wanna go this way. Hold on. There we go. Okay, we gotta go deeper. Got to go deeper. Okay. Oh, EM. Buddy. Don't Pokeball the wrong thing. Happy Day the Clown as a nursery. About Boogie Woogie Man. Going on and on everything. So does your head. Woogie Woogie waits under your bed with the fly to the bottom. Little Jimmy Jimmy. Got him. Why do you bite me? Stop fighting me! Finally. I got the damn Goomy. Let's go. Leaving your shit on the fucking floor. Fuck it. Dead anyway, you know? Dead in no way. Put in your mouth. Oh, it kind of shows where I went, I think. Oh, no, it's just water. It's just water. Ignore me. Water is wet. I'll let Naruto tell you otherwise. What the fuck are you doing there, buddy? Okay, what are you doing? Toes off. Face. Wash your feet, bitch. Oh, 2 more psychic types and I got the challenge done. I'm above it. No. Next thing, nothing of it. Yo, clip that. That was so perfect. Was it perfect? He fucking came out that ball and got immediately fucking fire blasted in the face. That's crazy. Let's go. I'm only 10 levels away. Okay. Pokeball, but whatever. Start to run low. Got broken broom. Whoa, where? Oh, hi. Oh, I'm higher levels than you. Oh. What? Think I'm gonna tell you? If you ain't in, you fucking idiot. I'll let your neck out and play it like a banjo. I'm chicken like that shit, Joe. Stretch it out more and your head through the wall. It's the boogeyman, y'all. Boogeyman. Finally got hydro pump. Let's go. Smooth as fire blast. Okay, gotta go back up. Take a left. Take another left, and then I'll be there. It's gonna catch my flow. I went past it. Fuck. Go back. Go back and make a right. This way. What do you think? Isn't this place just perfect? So dark and humid and secluded? For what? I did warn you to only show up if you were ready for anything, so I hope you came ready to battle. I want you to see my camera will fire up. What does that got to do with you, a business? Said I wanted the hero meet your burning enthusiasm with a fiery battle. I'm so confused. What do you want from me, sir? Why are you a bitch? I'm gonna catch my flow. Fuck your camera up. Camera up these nuts. Imagine getting one-shotted. That's crazy. That's crazy. Camera up sauna. Way down deep in the sewers. You may have a point. While it's true that this chamber is perfectly suited to creating steam and sauna, customers may have a hard time getting all the way down here. Y'all think? Also, well, I guess Pokemon would be okay with it. No way, there are wild Pokemon down here too. You might have an idea for Pokemon sauna. Seem pretty happy, comfortable, even though that's nice on my feet. Oh, my nose. Oh, alright then. I'll make this a wild camera up sauna for all the wild Pokemon down here to enjoy. Nice. I got a Firestone and some charcoal. Oh well, whatever floats your boat, bud. No, which one's gonna catch my food? I remember what level we evolves. Where's that curly alpha curly I have? Here she is. Wallet. my Nintendo. I don't wanna beat around the bush. Unicorn, Charlie, Kilo, Foxtrot, Uniform, Charlie, Kilo, Neuber vom the Neuber. Hell yeah. Dragon Pulse. Let's go. He already has Dragon Pulse though. Just been wait on Moonlight. Oh yeah. In the Shinkle. With the voice people. Innuendo, my Nintendo. Sympathetically, I don't wanna beat around the bush. Uniform, Charlie, Kilo, Foxtrot. Uniform, Charlie, Kilo. Let's see how big this motherfucker is. Holy fuck, he's huge. I do not like the fucking weird bottom they gave him. Like, fuck. You know what? Only you know where, fuckhole. Again. He's back. Hello, friend. Let's get out of here. Our work here is done. Oh shit. No, that doesn't work. Oh, it fell fucking nice. Ugh, I hate when it does that. Abracadabra. Reaching my background. Abracadabra. I'm back, bruh. I don't know what the old me would say. That's because the Jewish shit is today. He'd probably say that everyone is gay. And that's my name, what's my name? It's that guy B. Back at B. Thank you. Oh, I didn't. shit. Nailed all three of them at once. That's crazy. I've got double edge. Abracadabra. Got the reach in my bag, bruh. Abracadabra. Shake. And I'm back, bruh. Fuck, would I get over there? If I can't jump it, that's impossible. I mean, there's a scaffolding, but I don't think I can make it into the top of the scaffolding. Unless I go... I mean, I could, possibly. You know what? I'm just gonna say fucking YOLO. YOLO! Ooh. Ah, so close. Alright, let's use the scaffolding and see what happens. Gotta be a way to YOLO. Top. There we go. Go to that platform. Go up here. Go across here. Smash this. Perfect. Should have smash this one. Should be there. Charizard. Charizard. Hey, buddy. Are you okay? Made it. Break some crystals. Alright, Brothless, let's do this. Wish you could hustle over a bit faster. I thought I'd catch my death of cold up here. What I'm gonna say, Frostless is a beautiful Pokemon. I'm taking inspiration from future times. Alright, I suppose there's no time to be dreaming of new pieces. Better focus on helping that process before it suffers too long from the Rogue Mega Evolution. Oh, I have to pee. Look at this shit. Take it through. I don't care. Oh. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta pee, and then we'll start. Ooh. it's any plumbing, but okay. Ah, good shit. Get tall up in this bitch. Elegant. Elegant human looking ass. Like, you know, if I'm gonna go back to that. Teleporting. Oh no, he's frozen. It's not good. Oh, I don't know if you guys are crazy. Pick up, buddy. Damn it. Are they getting stronger or am I getting stronger? Jesus Christ. Ah. Fire blast. Over. Sit down, Glenn. Fuck that. Yeah. That's the site. Oh god, not you again. Hello, that was a maker for Rogue Mega Evolves Frostblast. All Pokemon Mega Evolving on their own without a trainer or a warning. This certainly poses a serious threat to our city, one that must not be overlooked. Why are you here? Yeah. I wanted to check in and see if you were ready to join my tournament. You see, I completely understand the importance of protecting the city and its residents. But my tournament is of equal, if not greater importance. But we've got enough on our plate right now. Your plate is very full? Yes. Very well, but please do consider that I have a plate of my own. Presently, my plate is full of patience, but that will not last forever. Once you have dealt with your little rogue mega evolutionary, please return to insert riches in me. Until then, I shall use my special methods to keep an eye on your idea. Annoying. I'm not sure who's scarier to face, these rogue mega evolved Pokemon or just some... Anyway, you and your Pokemon did great with Regular Frost, so make sure it was up. We should. And listen, I know this is a... a lot to deal with, but you've got me in your corner. Thanks, bud. There are many Pokemon at risk of undergoing Mega Evolution. Rogue Mega Evolution. You have to do research. Don't care. No, you won't, because you're not near me, and you never will be. Ah, got him. Trees and waterfalls, listen to the river and the lake that you used to. Have it your way and nothing at all, 'cause I think you're moving too fast. Nice work, Asher. Thank you. You took care of a lot again. Now that we're all done, are you gonna head over to the SBC? The party awaits. Yeah, not feeling great about that. What do you mean? It's just bad news. I'm pretty sure I get what LeBron was trying to warn us about now. It was certainly rude of her to appear at our strategy meeting uninvited. That's the least of my worries about her. Well, I guess I should head to Riches. I mean, the longer we make her wait, the worse it'll get. Hang on, do you all hear that? Sounds like something's going on outside. I just wanted to celebrate us calming a few more Pokemon. Instead, we get just sent and now more trouble at our door. I'll go see what's up. Bunny's dealing with her with rather a lot, isn't she? Why don't we join her out there so she doesn't have to handle this stuff alone? Sounds like a plan. Go chasing waterfalls. What the fuck? Are you serious? Why is all surrounded by wait? Is this a battle zone? This bitch. I don't remember battle zones being purple. Well, bienvenue to the distant zone. Well, similar to the wild zones and battle zones, you know this is their own personal use. Please feel free to admire how the color in my holotech avatar first expertly matches the zone. This can't be real. No matter how long I wait, no matter how many times I ask politely, you still refuse to do what is right, participate in my wonderful tournament. Just to ensure my invitation is accepted no matter the cause. I have taken matters into my own hands. Forgive me for resorting to such drastic measures and for not being there in person to greet you. I couldn't care less that you're here in hologram form. Just take down your weird zone already. Our hotel's not gonna get any guests like this. Isn't Corbo from the Rust Syndicate the only guest we've had recently? Pretty much, yeah. Whose side are you? I'm on the side of the gets us out of the damn portal. This is not a weird zone, it's a adjacent zone, and naturally I will deactivate it in due time. But in order for that to happen, you must fight for what is... For that is what I wish, and I will brook no refusal. Why are you doing all this? Watching his battles firsthand revealed to me that the true extent of Asher's talent. And now I want nothing more than to see that glorious talent shine in my tournament. Surely that is not too much to ask. Well then, my dear Saban, I shall leave the rest to you. Adieu. Trust you understand my earlier warnings now. Let the consequences that await those who dare to slight me. Personally, I fail to see the point of these next battles, but our leader commands it. Now then, Asher, please meet your opponent. I'll show you the marvelous battle style we train to achieve at the Society of Battle Consumers. Bring it, bitch. Easy kill. Get that garbage out of here. I said to him a while. Really? Another one? Okay. Well, goodbye. Me and Charizard don't play this shit, bro. You may have defeated, but you still won't escape laser sometime. You want a bet, bitch? I'll destroy this shit with my flame blower. My fire blast. Blah, blah, blah. Expect nothing less from you. Would you like your Pokemon healed? No, thanks. Well, I respect your decision. I urge you to not to make things harder on yourself than necessary. Oh, I should please meet your next opponent. Now you just waited dazzling battle skills I've learned at the SBC. In other words, let me get my ass handed to you myself by you real quick. Bruh. Making it too easy, you know that, right? Thanks. Appreciate it. Okay, one more Dragon Pulse. Sounds good. I'm so overpowered, it's not even funny. Keep them coming. I'm actually enjoying all this money I'm getting from battles and levels. That's helpful. Keep it up. No thanks. Oh, I respect the decision. I urge you. Whatever, just fucking bite me already. Both of you may return to the menu. I will join you shortly. Let's go. We can finally get to cut loose in a real battle for once. Bring it on. Oh god. You want evil now. Oh jeez. I got a feeling LeBron is as much bad news as just them. Shut up, punk. I'll deal with you next. Ready for a taste of who I used to be before Justin came along. What? Hot? And not a weirdo? Oh, she's feral. Ooh, I like it. Ooh. Honey, honey. Me and you could go places with this shit. Feral woman, let's go. We'll be a feral babe. Too bad your Pokemon are about to die instantly. I can't even move once yet. Me and Charizard ain't got time for this shit, man. feel like he used to be a Dragon Master or something. Come on, bring your Mega Evolution. I know you got one. Wait, he has a Mega Evolution? He has a Mega Evolution. Oh shit, that's fucking sick. Back and kill it. Oh, you sneaky little shit. Oh, ow, that hurt. Motherfucker killed on me. Alright, finish him off. Goodbye. No, that was when he did battle. Don't get smoked though, kid. Next time I'm coming on top. I mean, I kind of wish you would come on top. What? Not over yet. I'll keep fighting till you get on the trying to turn it. I don't care if you're some kind of battle master who doesn't need healing. I'll wear you down. Hold on a sec. I just need to heal up my team. You hold on a sec. We were already planning on battling in the tournament. Serious? That face. Oh my god, her face got stuck like that. You should maybe start with that next time. You're the one who trapped us in this weird zone and wouldn't listen to a thing we said. Just in the zone. Oh well, I had a fun battle for the first time in a while and just getting what she wanted. Well, I guess I got no complaints. Well, almost no complaints. To tell the truth, I wish I could fight like this more. I used to be a fighter back in the day, the kind that only seeks out the strong opponents. Yeah, I like settling fights with my Pokemon, and my fist don't like it, then don't mess with me. She's just like Charlotte, for real, for real. Anyway, 2 years ago, I got totally annihilated in battle by distance, and I'm still paying for it. Now I gotta talk fancy and wear this crazy getup all because I promised her I would. So I'll warn you again, watch out for the sun. If you lose to her, you might end up like me. Okay, so the goal here is to save her from Jacinth. Got it. Promotion match scheduling alert. This is the promotion match announced for Trainer Asher. I see. Let me guess. My next opponent is Jacinth. It's fucking Jacinth. Motherfucker. You were a trainer. Oh my god, the trainer wins befriended the rank B. Ha, talk about perfect timing. You really can't escape Jacinth if she's your opponent in the next promotion match. Hold up, I'll get that rid of that Jacinth zone. Well, I gotta go get my battle tickets, so bitch gonna have to wait. It's so off. Oh my god, it's so embarrassing, girl. Have some shame. Don't forget, you're gonna need a challenger's ticket before you have a promotion match. Later, I'll be waiting back to put over to me. I'm just making friends with everybody. I love it. You know, just thinking LeBron might be more alike than I would have first thought. What the hell ever comes to me when you're ready, Asher? I'll meet you later. Bet. I just gotta do a couple nights of battles and we're good to go. Alright, first things first. Hit the Pokemon Center because she definitely throttled the fuck out of my fucking charger at the end. That hydro pump did a number on it, bruh. My fucking Pokeball mania over here. How many balls you got? That's what she said. Alright. Get my balls in your jaw. My balls at the jaw. My balls. My balls. Alright, I'm gonna bench this pretty rough head. The fuck is that? Is that a twerking emote? I can't tell because, like, on Restream it doesn't show animated emotes for some reason. It's kind of annoying, but try to stream on multiple platforms now, you know, Twitch sucks ass. There's a bench. Time to be a hobo. Oh. Yeah, I kind of figured. Man, 2025 has been a hell of a year. Let me tell you. VTubing space has basically crumbled. The fucking LA streamer space is literally eating themselves alive. It is the wildest year so far. This kid's getting canceled. So many people are getting canceled. It's so fucking crazy. Don't look at me. You can see me. You can see shit. What's actually head, buddy? You have Dazzle Flame, right? Hello, Pidgeot. You do have Dazzle Flame. There's a Pidgeot. Let's go fight him. Damn, that almost killed him in one shot. You did. Right. Need like 40k. I need 41k. Knock out opponents using fighting type moves. Okay. Moo. Oh, I moved it. Whoop, chestnut. Trainer. Fighting type move. Close your eyes. Before you. Do you not know any fucking fighting type move, bro? Thank you, teleport. I'll be a wish, I'll be a fantasy. I'll be a anything that you need. Very differently, we deeply do. I have psychic. I do. Okay. Excuse me. The Dazzling Gleeman. Good job. Proud of you. Wow, imagine getting your ass handed to you. It's crazy. Power gem. Dong. We're calculated. We're level 33. Oh, fuck, that hurt. You fucking whore. Malamar. I need one more. Imagination, creation. Hit it. Good job, Dragonite. Safe for now. Corners. Let's go party. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Shit. Damn it! Ah, he noticed me. Run. Come here. This hasn't made me last. Got him. Woo! That missed me. Damn it! I just... Got him. There we go, I got a parrot back. Yeah, give me a cup of coffee for my fucking Dragonite confusion. He's all confused. I got a bunch of fighting time, I got Dragon. I got fighting type. On me? Oh my god. That's crazy. That's it. Oh, I'm on the second hit too. The first hit too. Bam, that's great. There we go. 20,000 points. I knocked that 10 points. Wait. Not bad. Oh, we're not. There's a guy right there. Ooh, that was close. Hi, bunny. Nailed it. I mean to do that. Whatever, it worked. Got him. Got him. 2 out of 10. 1 out of 10. I'm supposed to sneak up on me. Fuck. Where'd they go? Did they fall or something? Oh no, they're there. How was Dawn approaching me? Ah, I can't use the fuel block. Fuck. You know? Found it, Philip. Come on, it's a healing, you fucker. English. I'm saving you this time. Get fucked. Ugh. 5 out of 10. There you go. Not gonna bomb us. Blue. Blue. Okay, so he's dragonfly, right? So it is a dragon fairy type. That's broken. That's fucking broken. That's a broken combo, bro. That's crazy. When you think about it, its own weakness has become its own strength. That's crazy. It's like being a fairy type, you can't get hit by dragon type moves. And being a dragon type, you're weak, super weak against dragon type moves. So it essentially makes you invincible dragon type. Yeah, maybe. Oh, added. Found it. Finish it. Not. Should have finished it. Why it didn't. You know what? I got 4 more kills before dawn. Push real quick. Fast and hurry. Go, 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 go. Damn, insta kill. Let's go. Lock on you. What is that? 9, I believe. 8. Need 2 more. I don't care. Just like bitch. Got it. 900. Damn it. Trying to go in my inventory. Being dead. Not letting me. One more. If I can get this last one, I can literally finish the night and be able to fucking go fight her right now. Problem is, it's almost gone. I think I ran out of people for battle. You're dumb. Why are you dumb? Do I want to know why you're dumb? Lot funny, yeah, look at me. Look at me. See how stupid I am? You saw that dumb shit? Oh, Jesus. I forgot it was movie night. How do you forget it? It's your server. Oh, look at you, problem on me. Really dealing with my own problem. Goddamn night time. Movie night, do a movie. Got her. Then do it? Like, let me tell you. Oh, I finished it. Let's go. I got my card. One night it all took, baby. The thing. So you forgot it, so do it later. Or do it now. Like, hey, I forgot movie night. Let's do it now. It's not that hard. Or reschedule for tomorrow. What's the difference? What are you guys even watching anyway? Oh my god, I made 95k off that. Jesus Christ. What are you streaming? Eh. Uh. Oh look, my first battle was with Canary. Word. For round 1, we have Canary facing up against Asher. Once you're ready, please speak to Laban. Now then, my dear friend, let super tournoy they just incoming. Both of just instruments, so I guess we gotta do this even if it seems bizarre. Yeah, and I kind of want to reach rank B, so... Alright, Canary, me and you, girl. Streamer versus streamer.
Wins. I'm win, bitch. I always win.
Without further ado, let the battle between Canary and Asher begin. I'm just here to show all my adoring canetics who cool and how cool and strong I am. This time I know I'm gonna win.
You keep saying that. You might get somewhere in life.
Live stream less. You might actually win. Get a Mega Lot Bunny. Show them why them thick thighs save lives. Alright, bitch, you wanna go? Fucking go.
Get your ass down. Ah.
You know, like thighs rude, I know, right? Imagine. Ow.
Fuck. Pokemon.
Fuck you. I win. There's my team unicorn trust again. Yeah, it's like what, 4 times beating your ass? Yeah, quite a few times. Still the best streamer. Fuck you. I love how she literally like talks like a troll. Once again, me, but I'm Canary. Your point? With us, the fair about Canary and Asher. I am all excitement and anticipation to see how the rest of the battles play out. Are we gonna get to watch them? Nope, we did not. Of course, I get to take on Justice Boy. And I can almost guarantee the next battle after that's gonna be me versus Corbo. Alright, I need to better equip my team because currently I have 2 Pokemon I cannot use. Ninja. I'm gonna swap out Altaria. Damn, I really did not level up my Houndoom since school for a while. Use all ghost Pokemon, I'll never see. I'm not using all ghost Pokemon. Good way to fucking lose any fight. Why would I use all ghost Pokemon against a fighting type? Hello? I mean, yeah, I mean, it makes sense, I guess, but he has psychic fighting types, which means I can get my ass handed to me. What is up with the ghost Pokemon? What's the one are actually the weakest? Oh yeah, forgot. Fairy type. Don't get hit by the rock blast. Ow. Get down, bitch. Oh great, the chain. Doesn't leave. And there you go. Ow! Let's take really. I just healed you, douche. Eat it. You bitch. No! You bitch! Fuck. Oh, get a mega. I'm a mega. That hair dough. Bam. One shot it. Take a seat. My Charizard is power. Too great for my just with the crush. Now that I'm stronger, I thought I could defeat Laban and thus heal from my past trauma. But it seems I still have more training to do. On the plus side, though, that means I have more room to grow. I have high hopes for my future self. I wish you all the best in the upcoming battles, Asher. No, outstanding battle. Thank you for that performance, Asher and Ivor. I do hope the remaining battle for this round will be equally enjoyable to watch. I'm sure it will, because it's going to be Corbo. Guaranteed. Told you. Dear friends and honored guests, we have arrived at the end of round 2. The winning trainers this round are Corbo and Asher. Which naturally means they will be our competitors in round 3. Once you are ready, please speak for Laban on the court. I like Corbo. He comes off as gruff at first, but he's actually kind of cool. And sweet.
I'm so ready, bro. Let's fucking do this shit.
No. You sound like my ex.
Yeah.
Fucking obsessed with Gengar. Let's go, Corbo. You and me, buddy. I do not have a psychic type. Well, then don't stay in the fucking ghost Pokemon. Other Pokemon, homie. Plus, you said fucking what do you call this better anyway? So shut up. You don't have a you don't have a comment in this.
Digimon better.
He's actually a fucking battle right now. Let's go. Woo! That was tough. Arbok can really fucking kill me. Oh, Empress. No, my Chandeler's dead. Empress, finish it quick. We're gonna have enough time to survive. Go. Look at stare up at the feeling on. Alright, Charizard. My entire team is getting poisoned and I don't like it. I love bullet heat. This is so cool. Shit. Damn it. And would you have a movie night to go host? Yeah, Pokemon sure entertaining. Let me do that. Damn right there, buddy. You love me. Come give me kiss, boo boo. Blast still not good enough, man. Oh, Blast still not good enough, man. Not even after I roped Philippe in to help me train up. Not even after I roped Philippe in to help me train up. I'm embarrassed as I am to admit it. Still battles whether you were a good time. Swing by our office again if you want to have some fun. You bet, buddy. What is the voting for? What movies? Generous fought all the way to the top of the list. Super Tournoi de Justin Ease. My personal favorite Asher. Of course, I'm your personal favorite. I'm awesome like a bitch. In your next battle, you will be facing off against none other than a gracious host, me. Yo, look at that body. Look at that body. I have no idea where Pokemon I'm assuming they're all fairies. Oh, look at that body. Oh, look at that body. Oh, look at that body. Worked out. Time and again, I was late in bringing the Super 28 to the simplest version. In the end, I had to resort to wielding my influence with the social elite to make it happen. And here we are, about to begin the final round. They live up to, nay, exceed the wildest expectations of our lovely guests would expect. Zygarde said no. Eh? What's with that Pokemon? I didn't even get in here. Ugh, more trouble. I don't know what's going on, but I can't afford to let anything else go wrong. Here's Zygarde's wish. Is that man a fan of Asher's, perhaps? Can't be. He's alive? The leader of Team Flare who vanished after his failed attempt to create the world he dreamed of? Lysandre. Wait, the guy who used the that ultimate weapon 5 years ago? Dang, that's a shocking turn.
Oh, wait a minute! I just realized who that was! What? I thought he was dead! What? Oh my god. Revelation just happened, baby. Why did it take me so long to realize L was Lysandre? Why did it take me so long to realize Lysandre was the fucking boss of fucking X and Y? Oh my god, I completely forgot. Please tell me anyone else remembers this. Oh wait, probably not, because y'all don't watch Pokemon because you suck. Oh my god, that's so crazy. I don't care, I want to go home. Oh, what? No way. That's Lysandre, that's Lysandre over there, isn't it? Can it, Philippe? Don't make him seen in front of Lysandre. You're embarrassing me. Zygarde showed himself in order to face you in battle, Asher. His wish is that you face each other in earnest and forge a strong bond in doing so. The type of bond that I mean is a connection that can never be severed. Without such a mighty bond, you cannot hope to save Lumiose from crisis. I don't know whether to throw this guy out or get ready to hold Lady Jacinth back. Oh, marvelous. I admire the fierce determination that drove you to interrupt our battle to demand your own, my dear. Alas, myself desire nothing more than to battle against Asher. You're weird. So believe me when I say I can sympathize with this dear one Pokemon 1000%. Okay, you know what? Let me explain this shit to you. Matter of fact, I'm gonna show you the episode. No, I didn't know any. I want the actual episode of the anime, dumbass. Man. Okay, well, I'm not gonna be able to find it apparently.
Yeah, if you've never played X and Y, basically Lysandre is the main boss of the game. And you fight him, but he still manages to activate his ultimate weapon, which completely destroys an entire town and almost kills everybody. And if you watch the actual anime, there's this whole thing where he controls this giant Zygarde statue thing that's like headed to fucking destroy everything, and fucking Ash and Mega Greninja, or not Mega Greninja, Ash Greninja have to fucking stop it by going inside and fighting the fucking, and getting the chestman out of it or whatever. It was a really good episode. It was so fucking, it was like the most iconic episode of Pokemon that I'd ever seen, and it was like the most close to an anime I've ever seen in Pokemon. It was so fucking good. Oh, such a good episode, man. Why did it take me so real long to realize it was Lysandre? That Lysandre. That's crazy. He's the one. He was the first one to own a fucking Mega Gyarados in the anime. His hair is way different. That's why it confused me. Eric, I recognize your visit. You were quite the celebrity in Callus after all. I will ask them with us that to come by with more words de viewers. It doesn't matter who I was. I remember none of it. I am here only to say that I wish for Zygarde and Ash to battle. Yes, of course, by all means. That's fucking crazy, dude. Why did it take me that long to realize it was that Lysandre? How am I weird? Well, you're missing out. Because you're lame, but that's not the point. You and me can't be friends anymore if you never play Pokemon. You need to go play something. Then come back and see me. My life since I was 9 has been playing Pokemon games, so after your next opponent will be this mysterious Pokemon Zygarde. Hey Zygarde, want a battle? Yes. What are you tee-heeing for, weirdo? What does that? You're weird. Oh, look, Zygarde cells. Well, then go play Pokemon and stop talking shit. Zygarde's body is comprised of entities known as Zygarde cells. The more Zygarde cells get gathered, the stronger Zygarde's capabilities, or so I've heard. He's gonna become Zygarde. Medium form? Yep, snake form. This is Zygarde's 50% form. Let's do it. I'm so excited. This game is so good. Gig. Dragon versus Dragon, or should I go full fucking Pokemon XY Greninja versus Zygarde? Should work out. Kicking my ass right now. Dragon time, Dragon again. Zygarde really came to fight, that's for sure. You got this, buddy. Oh, he's a ground type. Ground dragon, that's what he was. Yeah. Or you got this. Believe in you. Got him.
best I could tell, Zygarde seems pleased. Now you have seen Zygarde and it's 50% formed, but it's not yet. It's ultimate one Zygarde complete. Oh, the remaining Zygarde cells as Zygarde has commanded me. You must focus on becoming a trainer mighty enough to fight that Zygarde side. Essence of Lumiose, please listen. The time has come for each of you to consider what it means that Zygarde came here today. I pray that all of you find the right answer. Lord, my dear Asha. You emerged victorious from a battle against a surprise challenger. You truly are exceptional. And now it is time for the undeniably incredible Asher. And the exceedingly incredible to begin the final round. I hate this chick. Good morning, it's 11 a.m. You're having slips. So if I drop, I'm sorry. You're fine. I don't know how the hell you be showing up at 11 a.m. not sleeping. You crazy. This is not merely the final battle, it is also our promotion match. Where the fuck do you live? Asia or some shit? I hope that all of you gathered here are ready to witness the revealing resolution of today's match. Let's do this shit, bitch. Let's do this. Time to get rank B, baby. What a tournament that's been so eventful, one might think it had been going on for years. Now here we are, after so many twists and turns, at the conclusion of this momentous event. Fucking face, stare down. Challenger's ticket verified, you are cleared of the promotion match. How glad I am to have entered the ZA Royale. It has allowed me to cross paths with some of the greatest trainers in Lumiose, including yourself. Thanks, I'm pretty great. I know. Since I reach rank A, I will be in I will make it my mission to bring happiness to the people of Lumiose. To do so, I will make each and every one of them into the strongest trainer they can be, for that is my duty as an influential socialite. So let's begin our promotion match and the conclusion of list. I need to pee. I'll be right back. I am dying. Alright. Let's do this shit. May it be a battle worthy of the occasion. May it be a battle where you lose horrendously and cry like a little bitch. I swear this bitch will have that goddamn. I told you she'd have all fairy types. Play rough with this. Play rough with this. Damn it, one-shotted? Fucking Christ. Shadow ball. Okay, bitch. Really? Got crunch. Punch that bitch. Punch time. I'll let you lay a finger on my butterfinger. Oh my god, we get to see Mega Clefable in its goofy ass hat. It's our responsibility as the least you guys are not Clefable. He's a fairy! Literally. You in the fucking protect that bitch. Oh, I'm fine. Oh, shit. Oh, my dragon doesn't do shit either. Well, that's great. Keep using crunch. Water blast. No. Sadly, will not be. Adorable, but also asshole. And the peak. What a divine display by both you and your Pokemon. Yeah, now leave me the fuck alone, lady. God, fucking clingy bitch. Your victory is confirmed. Congratulations on promotion. Processing your promotion. Let's go! We got rank B! Yeah. Yeah. Most heartfelt congratulations on your victory, as well as your promotion. I'm gonna look at our audience. Everyone looks so very pleased. I dare say we managed to convey to them the joy that comes when training users and Pokemon with a deep bond battle side by side. Please continue your efforts to protect the city of Lumios, naturally I will help however I can. As a token of my gratitude, please accept the Super Deluxe TM. Play rough. Finally, let us end this sensational soiree with a first special fist bump as a gesture of goodwill. Finally, we reached rank B. Now then, let's give up another heartfelt round of applause to Asher. Thank you, thank you. I know, I'm pretty awesome. I know. Stop. Okay. I get it. Awesome. Oh my god, he's finally having the curry fucking croissant. Wow, Asher, I can't believe you won just since tournament and your promotion match. So you're rank B now. I'm still rank C, but I'll catch up to you in promotion match tomorrow. Let's go. And how better to celebrate than with my signature croissant curry? Let's eat. I thought we might all get to eat at that ritzy party, but oh well, maybe next time. Having the same meal as always doesn't feel very celebratory, but I suppose I could have a bite. Finally coming around to appreciating the delights of burgers on curry to meat. No, but it'd be rude for me to refrain from eating when we're celebrating. Its delights are and will remain lost on me. Anyway, heck of a tournament, wasn't it? I can't believe even Zygarde showed. Who's Zygarde? The legendary Pokemon and a total enigma and has been on its tail. For some reason, it seems to have taken a shine to Asher. Oh, so that's the Pokemon we saw after we tried to calm down that Mega Barbaracle. That's kind of strange, but it really likes you for some reason. Sounds like just a... They're not the same at all. We should probably ask Az about Zygarde. He might know more. Actually, has anyone seen Floette? She usually joins in when we're celebrating. I saw her head up to the roof with Az earlier. Oh, okay. Well, for now, let's begin. I wanted to hear Naveen go, but Ghost is actually good. Uh-oh. Ange, you were meant to be a guardian of the city, towering over her and watching her always. 3,000-year-old desire once foolishly held. 3,000-year-old mistake so very foolishly made. It even cost me you, my beloved Floette. Uh-oh. Now these bright young lives must pay my remaining debts, or Lumios' future will be lost. The next day, your alarm's going off.
Wake up! Done a special little makeup.
Lumios trembles. Az, what's the matter? Prism Tower. The unease spilling from it can now be felt even at distance. Then it's time we did something about it. Not yet. The only one who can control the tower is Mega Floette. We will need the strongest Mega Evolution user if we're to put this situation to rights. Did you say Mega Floette? Well, I guess I've got no choice but to reach to the top of the ZA Royale and prove I can handle it. And yes, if you can prove that you are the strongest of all, then Floette may respond to your strength. I know, Floette. I know. You said last night you're still ranked C, right, Tony? That's right. Then the strongest Mega Evolution user is all but guaranteed to be Asher. Hey, don't count me out. I'm the leader of Team MZ, remember? Honey, I'm the leader of Team MZ. Fuck you mean? Hey, you, what's up? Just watch out. We'll catch up to climb right past Asher in the rankings. And then I'll make things right in Lumia, so I'll help so many people in Pokemon at once. That's the spirit. It would be fair to just leave everything up to Asher. True. I'll be pulling for you too, Tony. Good luck with climbing the ranks. Oh, I got a message from Vinny. He says I should come meet him in Corsica. I wonder what he needs. He asked for you to come too, Asher. Oh, we got a summons from Vinny. Off we go. If you play a boy, Urbane is a girl. What? Who's Urbane? You're both here, game. Sorry for the urgent summons. What's the matter? What did you need me for an Asher for? I'm afraid I don't have any answers. I was merely tasked with reaching out to you. President Jet is waiting inside. She will be the one to explain. Who is Urbane? Urbane is the male version of that girl? Oh. Well, yeah, her name is Tawny. Ma'am, I brought Team MZ's leader Tawny and her teammate Asher as well. Well, I would assume that they would swap the gender of the person that you're playing or you're with. Thank you both for sparing me so much of your time. Tawny, Asher. Look, all I know is I'd smash Tawny. Just saying. I tell you, you helped me out of a difficult situation the other day along with that gentleman. For the rest of the good. I'm sorry I failed to properly express my appreciation sooner. So I wasn't sure right what the trainer was saying. You mean his claim that the Pokemon flock to Lumios are part of the plot by our company? Of course it's correct. That lame, I want that rival girl. Well then be a boy, I guess.
I mean, technically you can be a boy character, and because the boy is so androgynous, dress him like a girl, and it would still technically be a girl. Trust me, I found that out earlier. My friend Q actually fucking created her character as a boy and dressed it as a girl, and you would not be able to tell the difference. That's how androgynous that shit looks. 12 hours to find an alpha EV? Yeah, fuck that. Well, Pokemon that have undergone rogue mega evolution from causing widespread damage. I think what I'm gonna do is, since I'm using my alt account for this game, is when I start the new playthrough, I'm gonna catch as many shinies on this account and then have it transfer to my new account. Oh wait, I don't think I can do that. No wait, yeah, because I could trade it to somebody and then have them trade it back to me. I need someone to trade Pokemon with because I got a couple I need that Mega or Evolve. Makes sense. After the incident 5 years ago, Lumios City was hemorrhaging people and property values for free fall. This is why the urban redevelopment plan was established. It was a risky venture. The mayor could not find businesses willing to take on the project, and so it fell to my company, Quasartico Inc. The initial plan was to create a city that belonged to both people and Pokemon, a place where wild Pokemon could live alongside humans. There were concerns from some uneasy with the idea, even those with no ties to the city. Still, it was a noble undertaking worth pursuing. But when we began investigating Prism Tower to plan for repairs and improvements, we became aware of something we had not anticipated. The tower was emitting a peculiar energy. That is when we also began detecting the strange power, which we call Mega Power, in all corners of Lumio City. At the same time, wild Pokemon were flocking to the city in droves as if drawn to this power. And now we have Rogue Mega Evolution. If this dire phenomenon becomes commonplace, the people will abandon Lumios once more. Don't worry, Team MZ will help get all this under control. Thank you for that, young lady. Beg pardon, ma'am. It seems I'm being called for. If you would excuse me for just a moment. It is thanks to Vinny that I came to know of Az, which also led me to your group, Team MZ, and to me asking so much of you children now. As if we wouldn't want to help save the people of Pokemon of Lumios. We're glad to help, right, Asher? We should make this a city where people and Pokemon truly get along together. Help me make that dream a reality. We certainly will. Which means we better get to work right away. Thanks for saving us. One last question before you go, Tony. If you don't mind me asking, that jacket of yours, where did you obtain it? It was my mom's. I keep it to remember her by. Let's see. Forgive me, I just thought it looked familiar somehow. If you remember where you might have seen it, please let me know, ma'am. I came here to Lumia searching for someone. Your memory could be that clue I need. And I'll be able to use this. Please one more moment of your time. Let me guess. More rogue evolutions? Yep. Just been briefed about the latest readings. We're detecting concentrations of Mega Power. I will email you all the details as usual. Leave it to us. This is what Teams MZs we're here for. We're gonna make Lumios a city that people and Pokemon can share, like we were saying, ma'am. Come on, Asher, we're heading back to the hotel. Time for another strategy meeting. Whoa. 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 Like a silver. Like a silver.
Oh, we got Dragolag, Dragogite, Scraftonite, and Scleffable. Oh, we got Salamonite and Metagrossite too. Oh, I need to get Scrafty first for Scraftonite. Plus, it's be easier to get more Mega Stones. I have. It has 1% to spawn also. Any luck finding shinies? No, I haven't been actually looking for them yet. And I'm kind of working on my, what do you call it? Finishing my, getting that shiny charm, basically. I've been too busy working on, like, everything else in the fucking game. Collecting Mega Stones, completing missions, doing all the side shit. I haven't even had time or energy for the shinies yet. Oh, come on. Got a bunch of alphas though. Sir, you were supposed to hit the second. Fuck with that. Oh, no. Well, that's fucking word. Fucking this. The whole team is alpha besides for alligator. Nice. I have a few alphas. Every time I see an alpha, I try to fucking battle it. Sometimes I try to get my ass handed to me, but then I just keep going back until I catch it. You got my heart. Ooh, good little dog. Yeah, I found this little shit. Matter of fact, he's an alpha. Yeah, my Dragonite's an alpha. I freaking went to this one spot where there was like one Dratini and a fucker kept running away. So I got pissed off and I went to do something else for a little while. And then I came back to try to catch it again. And when I came back to catch it, I got lucky. He was an alpha, so I ended up catching him. And then I just evolved him into Dragonite. Then I have an Alpha Dragonite. I have an Alpha Houndoom, Alpha Dragonite, Alpha Lopunny, which I would love to get a shiny Alpha Lopunny because I love the way that this should be. Her Mega Evolution is way better. Yeah. For the police and the fireman, I'm too high. Like a dragon wanna retire, man, I'm too high. Say your name, you know who I am, I'm too high. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And I knew he had this stuff. Don't believe the watch. Don't believe the watch. Bro, this thing throw an ultra ball. Yeah. I think I got it with an Ultra Ball. Yeah, I got the Lopunny for reasons.
Oh, look at fucking. Oh, look at Pokemon Batman. I actually posted that meme on my Discord and on Twitter. I was like, same energy, and I had a picture of me with my Lot Bunny and then fucking Joker with the Lot Bunny. There's no log in Pokemon Batman. I pretty much got like almost all the screws in the game too. Only missing a couple. Much. Level 40 research. I'm only 10 levels away from getting the Master Ball and the Mega Stone, or the call it the Shiny Charm. I'm kind of just holding out for the Shiny Charm at this point. Or I actually try to get shinies. Because I would like to catch a shiny alpha fucking Jesus, dude, I've been grinding. I have been grinding. Every Pokemon I see, I catch a fucking every time. Like, I'll go through a zone and I'll catch every fucking Pokemon in that zone. And because of the missions requiring you to like get like up to 50 Pokemon of the same typing, yeah, I go through every zone and I catch everything I possibly can. I'm always stocked on Pokeballs. I evolve everything I possibly can that I need to evolve for shit. I've literally just been a catching machine. Ask chat. I got all the Floret of Flabébés. Finally. Got every fucking Mega I could find, or got every Mega Stone that I could possibly get. I've just been grinding getting Mega Stones, so I have all those. That helps boost your Mabel's research too. It actually boosts it a lot when you get more Mega Stones. Like, I've had 999 Mega Stones like 4 times now. I collect every item, I find every Pokemon I possibly can, and try to evolve them immediately as soon as I get them, because of the experience share that I get. So, yeah. Pokeball machine gun, pretty much. And my team is so overpowered at this point, like, all I have to do is one-shot a Pokemon and then fucking catch it in the ball. You missed it earlier. I had a fucking... I can't remember what Pokemon it was. But I was trying to catch it and it kept breaking out of the ball, so I threw the ball at it, and then I charged up fucking Charizard Fire Blast, and as soon as he broke out the ball, fucking Charizard Fire Blasted him in the face, and then I threw another ball at him. Oh, that's great. Didn't we finish your mission? Oh, no, I did not finish this mission. Fuck. And I did. Just last people out. Oh, thanks, kid. Like I didn't know that already. Alright, who's fighting? No fighting. No fighting. Yeah, I also pick up anything I see on the ground. Like, no joke. Those guys have been manipulated. Although this mission basically just shows that fucking Sylveon's a manipulator or gaslighter. Where could they be? Someone's apparently fighting around here. I don't know where. Where after he? Oh, I want to get away. I want to fly away. Now you don't want to listen to my commands. I overleveled my Alpha Lucario. Damn. I don't even know what my current level cap is. I just got the rank B, so. Yeah, I'm at level 40, going to 41. 41 on my Fire Blast, 44 on my Blizzard. I get
10 experience candy large at 43. Focus blast at 44. Overheat at 45. Outrage at 46. XL candies at 47. Gold bottle caps at 48. Master ball at 49. And then the shiny charm at level 50. And to get the shiny charm, you have to complete 1,000 battles in the game. So, even after you reach rank A, you're gonna have to go into battles on battling for Pokemon trainers. That make you finally finish it. That's the only one that's probably gonna take me a while because I think I only got like 200 battles so far. I have 167 out of 170 currently for the challenge. I have 36 out of 40 Mega Stones. Gotta catch 20 more fire types, 10 more electric types, 8 more grass types, a bunch more of those. About 23 fighting types, 22 more ground types, 2 more psychic types, 7 more bug types, a lot more rock types, 5 more, well, 30 more dragons, 8 more dark, and 6 more fairies. Still gotta finish Wilds at 16. I still have to evolve 2 more Pokemon using the link table, or the trade link, which I need to find someone to trade with. And then I still have to complete fucking almost 400 more or 300 something more battles before I get to the second phase of that one. And then I gotta complete 1,000 more battles to finish it. I'm almost like a quarter of the way done though. I'm almost 3/4 of the way done with this Mabel's research. This is all the research I've completed so far. do you see how many pages I've completed? This is what happens when you give me too much time to play this game. I'm a machine. If I wasn't enjoying this game, I wouldn't be putting in this much work, bro. Let me tell you. People can talk all the shit they want. Honestly, like, I've started to notice that, like, especially when it comes to, like, Pokemon games and shit, I feel like everybody just kind of jumps on the fucking hate train easily. They don't even give the game a chance. And I'm not gonna lie, I've been guilty of it. I was guilty of it with this game, actually. Because I watched one of my favorite YouTubers talking shit about it, and I was like, oh yeah, this game's gonna suck. And then I watched Cinder play it, and I was like, you know what? Cinder seems to be enjoying it. She's new to the game, you know, with the series. Maybe I'll enjoy it. Or maybe it's not as bad as it looks. I'm watching her play it on Switch too, and it didn't look as bad as everyone playing it. Okay. So people are over-exaggerating just a little bit. So I went and bought the game. And is there a way to find out how many hours you put in on a game on Switch? No, I don't want to close the game. Oh, first I need to save. Oh, there you go. 55:26. I've put in almost 60 hours into this game. I think I can officially say that I'm allowed to have an opinion, seeing as I actually put the effort in to try the game and play the fuck out of it. And I can honestly say, some dull mega evolutions aside, the fact that the battle system's a little stiff, and I honestly kind of miss the RPG style battle system. And just like overall the storyline, honestly, this game is really good for a Pokemon game. Especially for a Pokemon game in current day.
knowing that they could put way more effort into this shit. And the fact that they made the metal stuff look pastel, which is weird to me. I don't like that. The pastel with a gloss. Kinda meh. But the thing that everyone's making a big deal out of is like the buildings are all flat and that the Lumio City is one model. And it's like, okay. Valid argument. But is there any other argument you actually have? And the answer is no. Then shut the fuck up. That's all you got. That's all you got. That's not doing anything for nobody. Like, at that point, you're just hating them for the fact that I hate it. Or when you come like, oh, I like Digimon better. Okay, cool. Like, nobody cares. Like, congratulations. You like the game better than this game. But you never gave this game a chance, so you're complaining about what? It drives me nuts. Like, don't talk shit about something you've never played. For one, it's not fair to the people who actually play it and enjoy it and actually, like, put the effort in to actually try each game out. And two, you just sound like a dumbass. To be fair. Oh, I see an alpha fucking Slagoo. I'm going for it. If I can get over there. Yeah, I can't stand people who are like, oh, you're playing the Pokemon game, you're a nerd. Like, okay, what's your point? I enjoy a game that I've played since I was like 10 years old. Literally since I was 10 years old. So fuck do you think was gonna happen? Where the fuck did the alpha go? Motherfucker. See them titties, big old bitties. Big and pop. Well, that's a bummer. Really wanted to catch that Alpha Goomy, but I guess he's gone forever. Or for now, anyway. Ooh. So yeah, people should really start thinking before they begin obnoxious ass about something that they don't even understand. This is annoying. And it makes me want to just slap you. I'm very vocal about slapping people. I'm like Scarlet from that anime that I don't know, but she kicks everyone's ass. The mural lady that whoops everyone's ass. I'm like her. Piss me off and kicking your ass. She's less like me for real, for real. And don't say stupid shit and you won't get slapped. Cheap drinks. Look, I made my peace. I said what I had to say. If you don't like something, don't play it. That's all I'm gonna say. But don't sit there and talk shit about it. You're acting like you know what you're talking about when you clearly don't. And if other people are enjoying a game, let them fucking enjoy their game and don't sit there and get on their ass about it. Who cares what your opinion is? Like, if I'm enjoying it, why do I care about what you think? Like, the problem with the internet is people just think everybody wants their unwarranted opinions, and at the end of the day, nobody really gives a damn what you got to say. You giving your unwarranted opinion is literally making people not want to talk to you. I'm just going to I don't care. This the damn shit. Come back here, Froggy. shit. Ah, I got away. What is the Pokemon that's here that I cannot find? Okay, what's your point? My point still stands. If you don't like it, don't play it. Nobody's holding a gun to your head and telling you have to play the game. Just like nobody's holding a gun to your, nobody's sitting there and going, "Oh, give me your opinion, please." See, that's the thing that people don't seem to understand is like, okay, you have your opinion, but did I ask for it? No? Shut the fuck up. Because I don't care. Your opinion means absolutely nothing to me if I'm enjoying myself. It just pisses people off when you're just constantly throwing your opinion in everybody's faces. Same with people who are all like, "Oh, Cinder's a horrible person." Nobody cares. Nobody asked for your opinion about Cinder. Shut up. She fucked up. She made up for it. She proved everybody wrong. Proved half the people that were fucking claiming that she was a horrible person were actually horrible people themselves. And none of them made themselves look any better. Val today made herself look like the shittiest person on earth, so nope. Anybody who's still fucking like, oh, she's those people, get out of my screen. I don't want to hear it. I'm so sick of that Oshi culture too. Like, you're my Oshi. I'm like 40 years old, but I'm worshiping the ground a 20-year-old kid walks on because, you know, they're better at me than something. No, they're not better at you than something. They just know how to run a fucking business better than you do and probably understand how to manipulate people better. That doesn't make them your Oshi. And if you literally at whatever age you're at have to fucking worship someone who's literally either the same age or older than you as an adult, then your parents have failed you and you need to go seek medical help. Because, like, there's no reason an adult to be looking up to another adult. Should be looking up to yourself. The first person you should be worried about is you. Look in the fucking mirror, look at yourself in the face, and go, "Hey, what am I doing wrong?" And fix it. That's how you're supposed to look up to yourself. Nobody else. You're goddamn grown ass adult. Stop having Oshis. And I'm gonna say it with my whole chest because I don't give a fuck. That's the funny thing. Because I've always been masked off. People just never noticed. Correction, there's never been a mask you have off. Let's be honest. I've always been this way. I tell it like it is, and I don't give a fuck who cares. Because, you know what, at the end of the day, it's the damn truth. Y'all are grown ass adults. Y'all need to grow the fuck up. It's the same thing with people like, "Oh, I can't make friends online." Blah, 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 blah. Why are you trying to make friends online? Go outside. Touch grass. Meet real people. No, if you have a gun to your head, that's on you for being stupid putting a gun to your head. What do you want me to do? Again, you're a grown-ass adult. Like people are like, "Oh, well, you watch this person, oh, you're stupid, da, 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 or they suck," or whatever. Like, okay, this person might suck to you, but this person might actually make sense to me because what they say actually aligns with what I believe or what I think. And echo chambers be damned, if it's common sense takes, I'm gonna agree with it because it's common sense. You can hate people I like. I don't give a fuck. You ain't gotta watch them. I watch them. And if I disagree with them, I'll call it out. I'll call that shit out. I'll be like, no, I don't agree with this. The fact that everybody hangs on people's words like there's fucking law now because they're streamers or whatever. It's like, bro, if you don't hang on a politician's words, you shouldn't be hanging on a streamer's words. Because they're just as manipulative, if not worse, than a businessman who's probably a sociopath. Most streamers are sociopaths. How do you think they got there? Because sociopaths are ruthless in business. That's exactly what streamers are. Ruthless businessmen. Or women. Or they want to be anyway. I have a lot of opinions tonight. I'm just gonna shut up. I went the wrong way too. Just saying, I'm very opinionated, and I don't care who hears it. Don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Dead Kelly, Kelly, dead Kelly, why do you try? Kelly, not a battle. Again. That dude ain't gonna open here. That a Joey hanging out here. You think he's pulling on birds? It's like he wants his burger, you know? I'm gonna have like all the monies. That Kelly. Do you guys like the Warudo better? It seems like it's more interactive and it actually kind of picks up more of my tracking. And I kind of like that I get to have a little background. Flop, flop, flop. Oh, just stood there. It's okay, I'll take this. Barbarical. So barbarical. A ground. A dead ground. I think the Alpha Scooby only came out during, well, it comes out during the rain. Because I found it in a couple spots like by the water during the rain time. Which makes sense because you can't evolve it into fucking Goodra until it's raining anyway. Bitch. Gotta get jiggy with it. Open my eyes. Gotta love her. What Fucking charging me level 100 by the time I'm done. Just fight it because it looks. I don't like it. That's all in. Getting jiggy with it. Get jiggy with it. Get jiggy with it. Get jiggy with it. Stop stepping my call trying to do what I did. Oh my God. I'm the greatest. ZAZA. DJ, please, never. I still gotta catch him too. Look. Jiggy with it. Fuck you. Are you done? Easy. Platinum. You guys ready for Saturday? Movie night? Let's go. Here's Friday or Saturday. How many battles am I doing? Jesus Christ. My Pokemon are dead, bro. Are you not dead? What? Am I just supposed to keep battling until I die? How this shit supposed to go? Go put that ass down, please. Weak on Hydro Pump. Go. I did like 5 courses. The fuck? Finally. Looks like I'm appreciating for fully serving all the restaurants have to offer, yeah. Unless you to pay your usual 15K for your next visit, but I hope. Yeah, no, you're not gonna see me again. Not for 15 fucking thousand. You wait. Fuck you. Butterflies fly away. Moving my hips like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Hands up and playing my song and everything will be okay. Ah, the party of the USA. Ah, party of the USA. Hands up, play my song, will I fly away? Moving my hips like yeah, moving my hips like yeah. We're gonna be okay. Oh, hello. I have a bad feeling about this fucker. Oh, I'm fully healed. We're good. Okay. You won't see me. Perish the thought. Yes, I thought, bitch. Piece of shit. Fuck. Oh shit, I got him. No. Yes. You wanna fight me? Alright, fine, let's fight. Moving my hips like yeah. Ain't the playing that song. We're gonna be okay. Party in the USA. Yeah. Wink, wink. I found a big nugget. Big shit. Alright, you wanna get ice beam? Okay. Bye. In the ball. Just beneath the skin, I'm looking fast and I feel like a monster. Just fast and I feel like a monster. Oh, Trumpa. The way he waddles. Waddle, 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 waddle. Waddle, 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 waddle. It's just beneath the skin. Moving fast, I feel like a monster. I become this is not begun. Moving fast, I feel like a monster. Moving just beneath the skin. Moving fast, I feel like a monster. Feel like a monster. Feel like a monster. Stop this monster. It's just beneath the skin. It's the best that I'll become. I'll become. First I feel like a monster. It's just beneath the skin. First I feel like a monster. I feel like a monster. 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 That's a lot of posters. There you go. Gotta stack up, you know what I'm saying? Oh, shit, there's not all this shit. You're like 40 gold balls. Okay, that should be enough. The rest of the money I'm saving for Mega Zone, Mega Zones, Mega Stones. Fucking, I got some Mega Stones in my balls. You want some? Give him my great ball. Goodness gracious, great balls, balls. Got him. Hey! Enough! What's I doing again? Oh yeah, Drompa. Level 19. Oh, Genghis Khan. Hello there, gorgeous. Oh, hi. Oops. I don't fight. You can do this. Hello there, gorgeous. You would dare use Endure on me. You mama, you. Big ball. Because you was a cutie. And you broke out. Of course you fucking did. Motherfucker. Guard. Burn it. Burn it all. You know, I have not used my Mega Name in a while. Should I feel bad about that? Oh, there you go. Sure. It's right in front of your fucking face. Fuck you, don't. Get in my pig ball. You son of a bitch. There's a furfrou. Son of a bitch. Eevee. Really? Motherfucker. Oh my god, it's almost that's a fucking Ultra Ball, bitch. You better get in it. Drompa. Oh, and an Alpha Furfrou. Alpha. You need to stop staring at me with your big pink eyes, sir. Step right towards me. Let's go! I got a Drompa! I already know. Get in the ball. Get in the ball. You bullying me right now. Oh, that Furfrou, that's who. I will fuck the world up, bro. Shit. I'll fuck the world up, bro. Ow. That's not okay. Get him up, honey. That's better. Shit. Freeze him. Good job. Let's go. Level 61 alpha for through. Let's fucking go. My Pokemon I'm missing from Wild Zone 19 is fucking Kangaskhan, of course. She being a little biatch. Good catch. Oh, thunder works too. That will actually work. I know it does. Wait. Yeah. Yeah, he knows, yeah. Guess it was. It's gone. Really? You get captured, woman. So just sit here and take a class. Oh, come on. Killing me, Kangaskhan. Capture rate was really low. Yo, notice me set back. Notice me. Finally. Now I'm level 41. Let's go. Alright, that area's cleared. And we're at level 41 now, which means I got my Fire Blast. Next one was Blizzard. Ooh, Water Shuriken.
Yeah. Oh, he did roll damage. This life ain't good enough. If you don't kind of change, and I future new. And you feel smooth, just like the ocean. They must be emotion that I felt you. Be so smooth, yeah. Give me your heart, make it real. Always forget about it. Cause you're so smooth. Like the ocean. You must not you. Like it be so smooth, yeah. Let's forget about it. Mega Rush. Flare Blitz. So smooth, yeah. In your heart, make it real. Let's forget about it. Whoa. Moved up a little bit. Auto heal going on. What? I'm not running out of items in my Pokemon. I got mad fucking max potions. What do you mean, bro? They're not gonna let me use my mad push to auto heal. That started. There, now you're all healed. Okay. Where else do we need to go? Oh wait, hold up. In your face, you get sprung. use me, 'cause you ain't that average groupie. Then, with romance and what? Oh, yeah. Yeah, shake that healthy butt. Baby got back. Big gig for myself minimal. Now here's my scandal. Ooh, up. Toys. Juicy. Double. Makes a lot in trouble. Well, Presto hit ya. The break of dawn. We're here to get the picture on. Ladies. Mercedes, yeah. Show. What we got there? Chat is happening. Sometime. Why don't you let me go? Chat, it's not happening. I don't understand. My anaconda don't want none unless you got fun, hun. Alright, let's go to Hotel Z. What's that? Read and writes it mishap. You want triple X throwdown? Kick the nasty thoughts. Baby got back. On that note, did you hear from Vinny about Rogue Mega Evolution reports for us to look into? You did. That we did, which I suppose means it's time for another strategy meeting. Here he is. Got much back. Little in the middle, but you got much back. Little in the middle, but you got much back. Here's new info from Vinny. Our first Dragonite, let's go. Second is John. Second 4, we got Tyranitar and Starmie. My Nightmare Fuel. All three of those can be difficult to tackle even when they have a Mega Evolve. Which means they'll pretty clearly tough transfers when Rogue Mega Evolution sets in. You feel up to this, Asher? Sure do. Team MZ will be supporting you on the ground as always. But even with our help, these will be serious opponents. We can't let our guard down. Sure, but think of how good we've gotten and working together now. Yeah, we've caught so many rogue Pokemon. Team MZ is a well-oiled machine. You know. Okay, so to recap. We've got 3 more Pokemon at risk of Rogue Mega Evolution. Let's take out each of the locations and then ask your support from there. First up, the Dragonite and Vertic 3, that one goes to Tony. You go keep an eye on the Tyranitar and Drone Sister 2 for. I'll stand by to help handle the Starmie in Blue Sector 9. You always seem to leave the heaviest load on your shoulders, Asher. I can handle it. I'm the chosen one. Hello. Thanks, Asher. I'm really glad to hear that. You can count on us to heal up your Pokemon before we get into battle. Alright, Z, move outside to save more Pokemon for Rogue Mega Evolution. You know which one we're going for first? Huh? Yeah. I bet you do. I bet you do. They not like us. They sure do. I bet you do. Run this way. I think we'll do make a Dragonite and then I'll call it a night. Because it is 9:59 and I do have to get up earlier tomorrow. So my fucking job on being assholes today. Make it kind of fucking early tomorrow. So. That's funny. Alright. But fuck off. I wanna fight you. Let me get over there. Question, how the fuck do I get over there? Sure as fuck not gonna be able to jump across here. I see what I have to do. More parkour. Gotta figure out how to get up there. Gotta go through here.
No, we're not doing this. Using the elevator and I'm leaving. Goodbye. Damn it. Da-da-nay. Oh, never mind. Well, going now. Whoa. Made it. Go away. Stay at the office. Clever. Get on my ball. The Lego Knight? Oh no. There you are, Dragonite just bad. So Dragonite is a pretty troublesome Pokemon. It hits hard and it built tough. Mega Evolution was only recently discovered too. We don't really know what to expect from it. But you look curious. Something on your mind? Yeah. I guess I feel like I need to protect the city since the person I'm searching for is here somewhere. She's looking for her father. Right now that means taking care of Lemios's road Mega Evolution problem. I have to pee and then we'll do this. Ugh. Be our last one. Alright, let's do this. Let's take this Dragonite.
Still don't know how I feel about that.
Psychic? Let's go. Hell yeah. Mega Trumper.
No, not Grandpa. That's your anthem. Goodness. Oh, he's real mad. Oh, he's just fucking hyper beamed. Oh shit. Flamethrower, you bitch.
Oh shit. Oh no, Charger. No. Back on the night. Oh yeah. We did it. Let's go. Oh, I did. You guys. My Dragonite extra power. He is a dragon flying. I kind of figured. It finishes off its opponents with mercy in its heart. Okay. Look at that tail. It got so much fucking longer. Makes me sick. I kind of wish the wings would have been on his back and the little wings would have been on his head or something. don't know. I like the little feathers though, and the dragonair tail. Actually looks more like an actual dragon, like a teeny evolution to me. This kid's on the block, suck a lot of dick. Chinese food makes me sick. It's not fun for the summer, for the summer. Cause I wear Abercrombie and Fitch. I forgot what the Mega Manichan looked like that. For the summer, for the summer. Now generates 10 times the electricity it did before Mega Evolving. It discharges its electricity from its pulse electric, which are made of mucus. Ew. What's disgusting? Disgusting! Mega Evolution has pumped up all its muscles. Elution flexes to show off its strength. I love this one. It's so cute. It's on the block. Pokemon spins a giant shuriken at high speed to make it float, then clings it to it upside down and catches opponent's unaware. Catches opponent unawares. Catch opponent's unawares? Text issue. Somebody need to fix that shit. How will all the Mega Stones go for this year? Got it. Little girl from Abercrombie and Fitch. On the block, the Chinese food makes me sick. Stop by for the summer, for the summer. Girls that wear Abercrombie and Fitch. Sick if I had one wish. For the summer, for the summer. So we get Tyranitar and Stormy. We'll save Nightmare Fuel for tomorrow. I might stream tomorrow. We'll see. In the meantime, I'll probably grind up my Battle Zone stuff and do all these side missions because ain't nobody want to sit here and watch me do all the damn side missions, to be honest. I sure don't even want to watch me do all the side missions. Summer, for the summer. Alright, but before we call it for the night. Call it for the night? Call it for the night. To Quasar to go. And give me a couple more stones to throw on my Pokemons. Also, I gotta figure out how to fucking evolve a Scraggy. I'm pretty sure it requires a Quick Claw or something. I don't remember. Scraggy evolves into Scrafty at level 39 and most main series Pokemon games of Pokemon Go. It evolves to level 50 candies. He wants this video. Oh, so it evolves to level 39. There's nothing special about it. Okay, got it. So... Nice!
Hello, I forgot already. Jesus Christ, oh, Scraggy. Ugh. Ah, Scraggy. Scraggy. That's what I did. Yeah. What's this? Was 39, so let's progress. $39. Let's go. Yep, now you get balls. Let's go. Now, item. Not have it already. I already had it. Huh. So you gotta buy it. There we go. Nice. If your hand up, I want you smooth, I want you covered like my waffle hat just runs. If you don't take that softly warring climb to make me rise an hour early, just like daylight savings time. God knows where we stuck it. Hieroglyphic, we be specific. Down in your South Seas, I've got this mission in the ocean. Was not advisory. Capsizing, I took my battleship. Turn me on, Mr. Coffee with an automatic drip. Need yours, I'll show you mine with something just like wow. Do it doggy style so we can both watch X-Files. Do it now. The mammals do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. Baby ain't nothing but mammals like they do on the Discovery Channel. Get money now.
I wish I'd make it so you can exchange Mega Stones for more fucking like higher level fucking candies. That'd be nice. Discovery Channel. Oh man, alright. Okay, good. We did it. We did it. Alright, guys. I'm gonna stop now because if I don't, I'm gonna keep going and I'm not gonna go to sleep and then I'm gonna get yelled at, and then I'm not gonna wake up tomorrow on time, and then I'm gonna lose my job. It's just gonna be bad for all of us. Because ain't nobody wants to fucking support my ass while I try to do this streaming shit as a career because I lost my good job. Like, nah, we're not doing those. Not today, champs. Anyways, goodbye. We're gonna go raid somebody. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Hope you enjoyed my rants. I hope you enjoyed just me being here doing my thing. Hope you enjoyed the Warudo version of me. I like it. It's better. I might start using this more often if it doesn't crash my computer. We'll see. Also, things might change them. I don't know when, but might be a whole rebranding process. I kind of had an idea and I kind of want to go with it. I don't know how it's going to work out, but we'll see. Yeah, that's about all I got for tonight. Thank you so much for coming out and watching me kick some Mega Evolution's ass and beat that just said chick. God, she drove me nuts with that feral girl. Oof. Give me more of her. Hey, yo. Anyways. Oh! I'm done. I'm fucking retarded. If you are over on YouTube, which I know we have 2 viewers on YouTube, thank you for hanging out with us. Please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Let me know if you enjoyed the content. If you didn't enjoy the content, then dislike it. It is what it is. Engagement is whatever. For you guys on Twitch, thank you guys so much for coming out, hanging out with me. And we'll probably do some more tomorrow. Maybe. I don't know yet. Technically, tomorrow's supposed to be my day off, but I don't know. I might try to work on this new model idea that I came up with, but we'll see what happens. I might just say fuck it and jump like on fucking ZA, but like, whatever, let's do it. I've been enjoying the game so far. 60 hours in, I can honestly say the game is fun. The game is enjoyable. Bugs or whatever be damned, which I haven't honestly run into a single bug yet for one time. And the bug didn't even break the game like everyone claimed it did. It just froze it for like 10 seconds and then it fixed itself. So, game's not that buggy. Do I wish some of the textures were better? Yes. Do I wish some of the evolutions were way better? Mega evolutions were better? A little bit, yeah. Do I love the gameplay? Do I love the storyline so far? Do I love all the other stuff? Except for the battle system. Honestly, I think the battle system needs a lot of work. Especially in the Battle Royale version. That shit's annoying as fuck. And mad sweaty. But the battle system needs work. Obviously, the models could use a little work with the pastel colors and the shine or whatever. And honestly, I feel like the outfits could use a little work because I feel like they're a little too, I don't know, flamboyant to not flat, like not stylish to me. I don't know. I don't like half the outfits because they either make my character look too frumpy or too big or fat or whatever. It's just weird. Also, what is with the fucking androgynous characters now? Can we not make a male character look like you could just make him into a girl and call it a day? Can we just keep the fucking 2 genders, please? Come on, Nintendo. What are you doing? I don't mind it, but at the same time, like, what the fuck? But, yeah, I'm gonna have to say, 60 hours in, I give this game a definite 7 out of 10. Like, ain't perfect, but for a fucking Pokemon game in 2025, compared to its predecessor, Legends Arceus, it's actually a lot more smoother playing. and I like the system I like the system so far with the going up on the roofs and shit and being able to traverse and all that, and the extra items, the little side missions, the little fucking safari zone like things that you could go into and just catch a shit ton of Pokemon. I like that you don't have to fill the Pokedex to fucking complete to get the shiny charm. You just technically have to complete all of Mabel's little quests, which mostly involve just catching 50 of each type of Pokemon and battling 1,000 times. Which, granted, the battling is probably going to take me an extra 20 hours, but whatever. But I can honestly, from my perspective, say this game so far, I'm not at the end game yet, but I'm getting pretty fucking close. Is definitely a 7 out of 10. And I think everyone who's like, "Oh, the game sucks. The textures are bad," blah, 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 blah. Stop watching other people's content on it, because they're just fucking not doing it right, and they're probably making it look bad on purpose. Because you watch me play in the game, it's in full 1080p on my stream, well 720p, but whatever. It looks great on Switch 1. In my opinion, it looks great. Yeah, the building's flat, sure. That's not the only argument that's not the argument you should be basing the entirety of what the game's going to be off of. You should be basing it off the gameplay, the story, and the plot line, and all that shit, the characters. That's what you should be basing the story off, not the environment. So, if you don't agree with me, just suck. I don't know what to tell you. If you don't buy the game, you'll never find out if it's actually worth your time playing it. And I bought the game with the DLC, which doesn't come out till February, sadly. Which I kind of regret buying the DLC, but whatever. I've enjoyed the game. I think it's fun. And I highly suggest it to my friends. Anybody who wants to play it. And if you do get it, hit me up. I'll give you my fucking code, and we can do some trades. Because I definitely need some more fucking evolution trades real quick. So, yeah. A game is a game. Exactly. A game is a game. Doesn't matter who made it. Doesn't matter where it came from. Doesn't matter if it's better than Power World. Doesn't matter if it's as good as fucking the Digimon Detective one. It's not about whether or not it's fucking like, and I'm not like, okay, I grew up with fucking Pokemon, and I'm willing to call out shit when I think it's fucking bad. Like, Legends Arceus was bad because, like, they did the whole open world thing, but they did it so bad, the game was so laggy and shit. It was really bad. Like, the last fucking Pokemon game, honestly, it left a lot to be desired. I did not enjoy it as much as I enjoy this one. Do I think Winds and Waves are going to be any better? Probably not. It might be the same fucking shit. Who knows? But, I mean, I'm already invested this much fucking time and energy into this goddamn series. I might as well invest more. Because if I'm not playing on stream, I'm going to play it on my own. Because it's Pokemon and it's something that I've enjoyed since I was a kid. I'm not one of those Gen 1 tards who are just coming into the game going, "Oh, this sucks, it's not like every other game I play." It's on a Switch, bro. You're not going to get a game that's fucking amazing on a Switch. I'm sorry to say. If you want good gameplay, play it on the computer. Or play a game on the computer. But for me, I'm enjoying it. It's fun. Some of the characters might be a little annoying at first, but they come off really fucking charming towards the end, like Corbeau. Honestly, I couldn't stand his ass at the beginning. But then I actually realized he's actually pretty chill. So I like him now. So yeah, that's just my opinion on the game. And review 7 out of 10 so far. Will change my review if anything gets worse or better or blah blah blah. I do not like the fact that when you go into a battle with an alpha Pokemon, any Pokemon of the same type in the area around the alpha Pokemon will also assault you at the same time. That makes it really hard to catch an alpha. And it makes it really hard to fucking stay alive when you're literally trying to fight like 7 Pokemon at once. That's something they need to fix, because like it should not be a thing like where you're just getting ambushed by 5 fucking Pyroars at one time. Because the alpha said, "Oh fuck you, Earth Power," and then they all decide to cast Earth Power and you can't dodge any of it. That's stupid, and they need to fix that. So maybe I'll give it a 6 out of 10 because of that, because that's annoying. And the alphas are a little overpowered, I'm not gonna lie. Like, they need to dumb it down just a little bit. But that's just my gripe. I wish I put the crystals all up on the side of the building where I can't reach them. But whatever. Like I said, that's just a minor gripe. Still a 7. 6.5. But yeah. If you want to join my Discord is on the stream right now. You feel free to join and come say hi to us all. I say crazy shit. I am unhinged and I don't give a fuck. So just know that ahead of time before you join my Discord. Yeah. So anyways, I will see you guys later. We're gonna find someone to raid before I lose my voice anymore. Where the fuck did my fucking YouTube stream go to some random ass fucking guy on like whatever? If you guys want, this week we can cover the current drama going on between a lot of people. Because there's a lot of shit going on and it's crazy. And I kind of want to talk about it because it's just been kind of wild lately. Okay, I'm going to Twitch and see if there's anyone live. When I think of it, you I touch myself. Are they like alive, or are they like just existing? Is their characters not like talking or moving? So I don't know. Oh, well, never mind. They did talk. Dang. Would help if I can hear them. Okay, fuck it. Let's go right to Blitzen. It's one of Fang's friends. They are a FF14 mostly streamer, I believe. But they are a fellow dragon. And their model looks pretty cute. So we're gonna go raid them. Yeah. I now have to go open my Switch stream on Twitch so that I can see. But yes, if you're on Twitter, not Twitter, if you're on YouTube, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. And I will see you guys on Twitter, YouTube on the next stream. So let me go ahead and end the YouTube stream. Bye-bye. Alright, YouTube is gone, and apparently so are you. Christ, are you serious right now? Why does ending YouTube cause that issue to happen? Okay, we're back. Anyways, refresh stream. We're gonna go raid now before I fucking break something else. It's fucking retarded. That's why. Like, why would you crash my stream? We could like shut YouTube down. That's so dumb, bro. Anyways. Okay, go raid. I love all of you. See you later. Have a good one. Raid 1 if you have the emotes, raid 2 if you don't, or raid 2 if you don't. If you do have the emotes, raid 1 if you don't. I had to fix that at some point in the next day or two before my brain goes burr. Anyways, I will see you guys later. Have a good night, boy.